God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. We need a roll call, please, Lisa.
Director Holcomb?
Here.
Director Johnson?
Present.
Director Roberts?
Here.
Director Balch?
Here.
And Director Van Wingerden?
Yes.
5 present.
Item number 3, public forum. Any person may address the Board of Directors on any matter within its jurisdiction which is not on the agenda. No one. Then we got item number 4, the consent agenda. I wasn't here, so I'm going to abstain. Is there any questions on 4A, B, C, or D? Anyone? What do you want?
I'll move for approval of the consent agenda.
Second. Or Casey.
I have questions on B,
Go ahead.
on the disbursement report. And does Norma have?
Yes, I do.
Oh.
Do you want me to go ahead first?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect, okay. I'll just mention a couple of the items on packet page 9. So I usually like to mention any of the larger invoices or anything out of the ordinary. So at the very top, the KLJD Consulting, that's the district paid a consultant for the workplace violence prevention training, which believe all of you participated in. And then a quarter of the page down, Open Edge. I just wanted to give you an update on the credit card processing. As you notice, the fees have become pretty exorbitant. Back, I believe it was April or May, the board approved moving to changing carriers to Paymentus, and we've been working with their legal team and our legal team, as well as with the JPIA, to really fine-tune the agreement. So it's taken quite a bit of time because there was different points that we needed to make sure were addressed. Because they are the payment processor, we are going to be submitting all of our customer data, billing and information to them. So we needed to make sure that that the agreement addressed just concerns, IT concerns, cybersecurity concerns, as well as items that the JPI mentioned regarding insurance coverage. So coincidentally, just today, our legal counsel sent us another draft that I've scheduled some time with Bob tomorrow to review. So hopefully we'll get this finalized as soon as possible. And that will drastically reduce our costs. If you recall the presentation that we made back in April or May, that we projected the annual fees will be about $27,000, $27,000, which seems like that's our monthly fee now. So it's going to be a huge decrease. And then the last item I wanted to mention was down towards the bottom, the Siemens. It should say quarterly invoice payment there for that $134,000.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was wondering about the quarterly, and thank you for keeping on this Open Edge. I think we were first talking about it 2 years ago at least, and so it's a matter of computer programs, and who knew? You just think it's credit card processing, but it is, especially in today's environment, there's a lot of security concerns as well, and but going from $303,000 a year to $26,000 a year, I think that thank you so much, and that anything we can do to keep extra charges from going on our customers, and thank you, legal counsel, too, to be very careful on the security terms of a new agreement. And I hope it seems like maybe somebody likes it the way it is, and I think we should keep pushing them and do it right, like you're doing. Thank you.
Anything else, Shirley, or any other questions?
No other.
Okay, we have a motion then for consent agenda number 4, A, B, C, and D.
I move to approve.
We have a motion and a
Motion
second
and a
already.
second.
Oh, sorry. Okay, vote.
Just real quick, I believe, do we have to do a separate motion for B since we pulled it out of the consent agenda? It can all together. Okay.
It was just a question.
Okay, so
Okay.
Who made the motion?
I did. Polly seconded.
Or
Okay.
Casey.
Motion is second. Any more discussion? Then we need a roll call, please.
Okay, Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Yes.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
And Director Van Wingerden?
Abstain.
Motion passes 4-1.
Then we got number 5, unfinished business, none. Then we adjourn to the special meeting of the Carpinteria Groundwater Sustainability Agency. And I'd like to call that meeting to order. Do we need Pledge of Allegiance for that too? Okay, I didn't think so. Okay. Public forum, any person may address the Board of Directors on any matter within his jurisdiction which is not on the agenda. None. Consent agenda. 3A, minutes of the meeting of the board held on July 24, 2024. And 3B, disbursement report for July 11, 2024 through August 10, 2024.
I move to approve.
Holly seconds. Do we do these separately or together? Together?
Together,
Okay.
unless there are any
No,
questions.
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. We need a roll call, please.
Director Holcomb,
Yes.
Director Johnson,
Aye.
Director Roberts,
Aye.
Director Balch,
Aye.
and Director Van Wingerden.
I abstain.
Motion passes 4-1.
Then number 4, new business. 4A, consider billing rate adjustments for the Carpinteria Groundwater Sustainability Agency Special Counsel for Groundwater for Action. Bob.
Yes, so I'm going to ask that in the minutes that this item be rephrased to be a little bit clearer and say consider special counsel billing rate to be adjusted for CGSA so that it doesn't sound like it's actually billing anyone other than between our attorney and the GSA. This is a request by our special counsel for groundwater at Rutan, and I think when we engaged them, their rates were $395 for partners and $360 for associates, and they're requesting an increase for partners of $419 and associates of $382. And from time to time, we receive these from our attorneys as their rate sheets go up. It's still within the range of what we would pay for groundwater counsel. So,
Do we like them?
we have, you may recall that 2 years ago we had another attorney that just wasn't responsive. So we ended up going
Okay.
to this firm, and they are responsive.
I support it.
Second?
So we got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? The roll call, please.
Director Holcomb,
Yes.
Director Johnson,
Aye.
Director Roberts,
Aye.
Director Balch,
Aye.
and Director Van Wingerden.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
So 4B, consider rescinding Resolution 019, GSA verification letter for action. Bob?
Yeah, so you may recall, I think it was in 2022, the governor issued a executive order 722, and it required that GSAs provide what's called a verification letter to the permitting agency. In this county, it's the Santa Barbara County Environmental Health that permits wells. And so anytime a well permit applications received from the county within the Carpinteria Basin, they would contact the GSA and say, can you provide a verification letter? What it's verifying is that the proposed well is not in conflict with the GSP's sustainability goals. And so that's simply a review comparing the size and location of the well with the approved plans, and then we make a determination and then send the letter. Either we verify that it isn't in conflict or we say it is in conflict, and how. This Resolution 19 was passed in 2023, I think at the beginning of 2023, or no, it was actually, it was actually end of 2022. And the reason why was we didn't have a GSP, so we really couldn't check the GSP to compare it with this when the executive order came out. We now have a GSP. It's been approved by this board. It's been submitted to the state, so we have a document in which we can verify consistency. And so we're asking that you rescind this resolution that made that that basically said we can't send a verification letter, because now we can, because we have a GSP. So, any questions?
So, I move to approve the rescindment.
Polly seconds.
Got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? A roll call, please.
Director Holcomb,
Yes.
Director Johnson,
Aye.
Director Roberts,
Aye.
Director Balch,
Aye.
and Director Van Winkeren.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Then we go on to item number 4C, consider draft resolution number 034, establishing a fee variance process for assessed year 25 for the Carpinteria groundwater sustainability fees. For information, Bob?
Yes, so, as you recall, every year we have in the resolution that approves the fees, we have a section in that resolution that requires us to develop a dispute review appeal process. So that's what this is. So it's very similar to the past few years, with the exception that we're changing the method from an acre-based parcel, and so we ended up removing one basis of contesting the fee, which was the acreage is wrong, because we don't use acreage anymore, we use a method, and so these are the bases that you can request a review on. So a mismatch between anticipated and actual crops. This could be because the photo that we use is old, or some change occurred between the time the aerial photo was taken and the current assessment of the fee. Evidence of reduced groundwater extractions or no wells. So we've had in some cases, and we think we've caught most of these in the work up to this fee, where it looks like, based on the crops and the water delivered to the parcel, that they do pump groundwater, but then if they can demonstrate that there is no well on the parcel, or they're not getting groundwater from a well, then that's a basis for us to do a review. Other credible evidence showing the fee is disproportionate or inequitable. That could be metered use that they keep records for. So there are different things that they can provide to show us that our estimate is off. So the procedure to submit a request for review is the same as it was on the previous years. They are required to pay the fee under protest and then submit a request within 90 days of payment. They're required to meet, well, they're not required, but they can meet with the GSA executive director to discuss the basis of request within the 30 days of submitting the request. Property owner will then be notified after that 30 days whether the review finds reason to change the assessed fee. If they don't like that, if it's denied or partially denied, they can submit an appeal to the board of directors for further discussion. Appeal to the board, so it has to be submitted within 15 days of the director's decision. The appeal will be placed on an agenda within 45 days of receipt of that. And then again, similar to staff level review and recommendations or findings, the board may grant or deny the appeal. Once the board makes a decision, the decision is final. So this is actually, I didn't realize it was on for information, but this is basically the recommendation we can bring back in September. We actually adopted this in September of last year as well. So
Can we approve it today, or?
it's not for action, so no. It's not listed on the agenda for action, so no, we wouldn't want to do that.
I have a question on the acreage part. So if I can test, like, if you say I've got 20 acres of avocados and I say I have 18, is that how would that, is it where we removing that
So,
option?
yeah, so that would fall under this, let's see, mismatch between anticipated and actual crops. Yeah.
Scott, you want to share your thoughts?
Yes, Scott Vanderkar. This is really important because this is one of the feedback concerns that I got from growers was, just as you said, they didn't have a well or they had a well that they weren't using, and this mismatch is an important thing for gaining or keeping the grower's confidence. So I'm very much in favor of this. While I'm here, I just wanted to bring up two things. One, I wanted to compliment Bob for the article in the August 15th Coastal View News. Really well written, and I think it's great for the community to be kept up on that. The other comment that I want to make, and that is our advisory committee, one of the points raised was that growers are faced with multiple agencies requiring similar information on water and water use and groundwater and food safety and all those things. And I wanted to bring to your attention, if it wasn't already on your radar, the regulatory alignment concept paper. And it is the California Department of Food and Agriculture is working with Crow LLP and their partner Blankenship and Associates to conduct a regulatory alignment study in coordination with the California Environmental Protection Agency and the State Water Resources Control Board to evaluate and identify opportunities to streamline administrative processes and optimize information collected by the state. The concept paper, released May 2024, outlines Crow's initial proposals for streamlining agriculture-related food safety and water quality reporting requirements. So I think if we can kind of keep up on that and participate where it is fitting, it will help your grower customer base. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Any other questions by,
So we can't vote on it just because it's for information. We have to bring it back?
right?
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
All right.
I'd just like to share one thing. I was in a meeting this morning, and apparently, Bob, you probably know better than anybody, but it sounds like Ventura County or Oxnard, at least Fox Canyon, where we own property, they're going to be reducing everybody 40%. So I think it speaks well for your staff and your team and us to be ahead of the game and hopefully have no reductions in Carpinteria.
They're going to reduce what, 40%?
Their water allotment's going to be reduced 40%. It's going to be tough to farm if you have to cut back 40%. That means you're going to farm less acres. So, anyhow, thank you for getting us there. So. And then hereby we're adjourned, and I want to re-adjourn the regular meeting of the Carpinteria Valley Water District.
Case, if I may, just one thing I did forget. With regard to, and there has been no discussion about water meters, but just to bring to everyone's attention, and I emailed both Bob and Case on this, that the water meter application program, WAP, WMAP, yeah, they say, because I checked into it since I put meters on the wells, installation of well meters is yet to be determined by the GSA of Carpinteria Groundwater Basin and do not currently qualify for the WMAP cost share. And I'm not sure what it takes to do that, but we're not there yet.
I think it's going to take a policy decision to develop, to have a program. So once we have that, we can supply it to the county and they'll start providing that. And we're also, as a GSA, looking for other grants that might be available. So
So Bob, how long will it take before our growers or pumpers can apply for the $500? I mean, do we need to first make a resolution for that, or is it?
Yeah, I talked to the manager of the water agency about this, and, I told him we don't have a policy in place, and he said that they would look into it and see if there's a way that they could include, since we're headed that direction, include Carpinteria Basin as qualifying, so. But if not, then we will have to adopt some policy, which we're headed towards. We're in the process of
Right,
developing.
but once we adopt the policy, then the county will pay the $500.
Yes, yes.
And the only reason I bring it up is to talk to some of the growers this morning. They have some nice history in Oxnard already as far as which meters work and which ones don't, so we'll get that information.
Okay, great.
Then we get on to item number 7, new business. 7A, consider presentation to analyze and comply with California's new policy, making conservation a California way of life framework. For information, and also Danielle and Mesa will make a presentation.
Yeah, so this policy has been in the pipeline for a while for the state, and they adopted it in July of this year, finally. And it's got a lot of requirements for local agencies to demonstrate how they're going to meet the requirements of this law. So we were ahead of the game a little bit, and it's thanks to our staff, Danielle and Mesa. They've been working on developing a understanding of whether we're going to meet the requirements, and using GIS tools and aerial photos and some advanced remote sensing. And so they were asked to give a presentation at the ESRI conference, which is a company that has a GIS software that's pretty much the standalone GIS product out there. And so they gave a presentation, and I thought it would be good for you to kind of see what they talked about at a technical level and kind of see what goes into it. It's a lot of work, and it's very interesting to be able to do what we can do on our little staff. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to whoever's going to talk first.
Hi, everyone. We have some slides for the presentation. Thank you. Am I controlling presentation? Oh, okay. That's new. Okay, so as Bob mentioned, we made this presentation a little over a month ago now with our consultants as partners, actually. And so when we originally gave this presentation, it was, smooth and well memorized. That's not exactly going to be the case now, since it's been about a month. So just want to let you know that. But this conference was for ESRI. It's their main user conference of the year, so the mapping software that everyone uses. And so that spans many different industries, not just the water sector. So when we gave this presentation, we gave a lot more background. So like the part that I'm going to do at the beginning was a lot of the motivation for this program and the context. And a lot of that is what you've heard already, because we've been talking about the allocation program for a long time, and this is essentially the technical background that enabled us to calculate allocations. So I will be a little bit more brief in my section since you guys don't need as much context. So I'm going to start out with sort of the introduction and the motivation for why we did this. We'll then talk about the map preparation. So Danielle's going to take over there, and that I think will be newer information for you. I don't know that we've covered that yet. And we'll also talk about the actual imagery analysis that DCSE did. And I think that'll be a little bit redundant from what you've heard before, but probably some new information as well. And then we'll go over some of the results, which also I think you've heard at this point. But hopefully this is useful context for all the background that was done in terms of the technical analysis, to the allocations as the end result. And then also that this is, relevant within the water industry and then sort of across industries as well. This is information that people are interested in, which is why we gave this presentation at the conference. So the way I started out was, as a water district, we obviously need information on expected demand and supply to make budgeting decisions, projections on our demand, rate setting. This is really important information for us to have, and it's difficult because we are in California where precipitation is highly variable. So this map is just showing those green, dark blue, bluish, purplish dots on the left there in California show highly variable precipitation. So again, I'm sure you all knew this, but not everyone at that conference would have been aware of this context. As you all know as well, we have this new regulatory requirement. So making conservation a way of life, which says we as a water district must keep our total residential use within a budget the state set for us. And the way we're going to do that is by creating these individual allocations so that we can manage individual water use to comply at the aggregate district level. And so there's many different parts to that formula that the state has for managing our water use. For the purpose of this presentation, because this is all about aerial imagery analysis and getting towards those landscape budgets, we're focusing on the outdoor residential piece and then dedicated irrigation meters as well. So this is all about how did we analyze aerial imagery to come up with those outdoor water budgets. And I believe you've all seen this before, but the formula for the outdoor water budgets is evapotranspiration, so how much water the plant actually needs. The landscape area, so the irrigated area, as well as the irrigable, not irrigated, and then the ET factor, which is a factor that the state gives us and which they are planning to ramp down over time. So that says, if you have all turf on your parcel, that's going to have a very high plant factor, which means you're likely to exceed your water budget. So this is setting the expectation that you have to be somewhat water efficient in your landscaping. So that's how the state comes up with the water budget. So that's the formula we want to use. So we mirror their methodology. And the state also provided us some initial data. So we could have just used this because what they did here was they said, according to the county, where are your residential parcels? And go ahead and, add up all of the information for those parcels, and that's your total water budget. However, the problem with that approach is, this is a little hard to see, but some of these parcels were agricultural. I believe that is the light pink. That purplish one in the middle was actually a creek basin. The yellow one's a commercial meter. And then some of the others are mixed use and commercial and other things. So basically, the initial data the state provided us was not very good. We felt like that was not a best practice in terms of managing water use going forward. So that was what really prompted us to say, okay, if we want to come up with these individual allocations, and a big part of that is this outdoor irrigation piece, then we need to do our own aerial imagery analysis. We can't just use what the state gave us because the data is just not good enough. And so that's when we decided to bring in DCSE, and we realized that there were some adjustments that we needed to do to the actual aerial imagery before DCSE did their processing so that we could get good information for those outdoor irrigation budgets. So I'm going to turn it over to Danielle to talk about the actual adjustments that were done to the maps. I'll just leave it here.
Thank you, Mesa. So I just want to talk about some of the data sets that we had to create and provide to DCSE, some adjustments that were needed to be made. So it's important to emphasize that although all of the data that was done at the state level for the landscape area measurements and the data that we received from DCSE at the end of this analysis, it was done at the parcel level, but MESO's ultimate goal was to relate parcel information to individual water accounts. So we needed to spend time at the forefront of this project to understand that relationship between parcels and accounts. So we have several different scenarios in our jurisdiction where there's one parcel served by multiple accounts. We also have scenarios where there are a handful of agricultural accounts serving a handful of ag parcels as long as they're contiguous and same ownership. So we needed to have a system to store this information that made sense. Historically, we tried to store parcel data in our billing database. It wasn't really easy to update those fields, export it. So instead of adding APN numbers to the billing system, we decided to start with a parcel data set and add account information to it. So we started with Santa Barbara County's parcel shapefile. Shapefile is just a file type consumed in GIS software that has shapes attached to tabular data. So we took the initial parcel layer, eliminated the fields that weren't relevant to our project, and then added up to 46 unique account numbers that could be associated with any one parcel, since that's the maximum that we found in our jurisdiction. We also added fields for us to be able to query whether it's in city limits or county limits, and also pulled in some zoning information that was important to review as well, for examples where a meter might already exist on a vacant parcel, so being able to consider what could be potentially developed there in the future and how we could give an allocation to a meter with no landscape area and no residences on the property. So we went through and we did this for all 6,574 parcels in our jurisdiction. An example on the screen is their district headquarters. You can see on the table at the bottom there's one APN number. There's fields for up to 5 account numbers. You can see that we're in city limits, the city zoning information. We've got 2 commercial meters, a landscape meter, fire service, and then an extra meter to lubricate our wells. So we're able to see that these 5 accounts are associated with this one parcel. So long story short, this allows MESO to be able to reverse pivot the data, get a whole list of accounts and their associated parcels to be able to look at the residential and landscape accounts. Sorry, that was really long-winded.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Danielle, so when you mentioned the billing system before, and I was going to talk about that at the end of our board meeting, would you have preferred to have been able to use the billing system, or just wasn't compatible? So you just started?
Do you want to touch on that? Here.
I mean, I think we can both speak to that. I think actually having GIS as the platform for what holds this relationship is incredibly useful, because the spatial element, even for where the meters are located, is useful. However, it would be nice if we could also have this data in the billing system and be able to, upload and download between the two. And right now the billing system is just not, it doesn't have the capacity to do that. Yeah.
Okay, I'll get into that later. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So another thing that we needed to address was we're aware that the shapefile provided by the county doesn't align perfectly with actual property boundaries. This is particularly obvious in the Shepherd Mesa neighborhood on the east end of our jurisdiction. You can see sort of on the left-hand side the long L sort of shaped parcel. There's some orchard trees that are falling in one parcel when they're probably irrigated by the other parcel. On the right-hand side, you can see there's some grapevines that are split between 2 properties when realistically only one property is irrigating them. So we needed to take the time to go through and adjust these. We used fence lines, known property boundaries, institutional knowledge, but you can really see these 2 layers side by side would make a considerable difference in somebody's calculated allocation. So at the beginning of the project, we took the time to do this. It was pretty prevalent in Shepherd Mesa area, but also in city limits. There were some instances where front yards were not included in the parcel, backyards didn't line up, so we did adjustments and took that into consideration.
Well, could I ask you a question about that? Is the green, which line? Oh, the black is the county and the green is?
Yes,
what
sorry, I didn't clarify that. Yes, black is the original.
Oh, wow.
And then the green is the hand corrected layer that we provided to DCSE.
Okay, thank you.
So we also needed to provide them with coverage of native areas. This is what we call the native mask. It's oak areas, riparian corridors, the salt marsh, and also beach, because along Padero Lane, the properties actually extend into the sand. So we didn't want those to be included in the model as bare land or irrigable, not irrigated, and for them to get 20% credit for areas that they wouldn't actually be irrigating. So unfortunately, we already had a land use data set we were able to pull information from, and then we just cleaned up the riparian corridors. So This also makes it so that the shrubs and scrubs and the oak woodlands aren't included as irrigable, irrigated, or irrigated areas in the calculations for those larger rural estates. We also quickly realized that not all meters are associated with parcels. There's a handful of city landscape meters and Caltrans landscape meters that we had to digitize boundaries for. There's also the city-owned managed avocado orchard, so we needed to establish perimeters for that as well, since it's an easement and not a parcel.
I think that, I can add that I think that will be a parcel. I think it is a parcel now, the city-owned avocado.
Okay, I'll have to check the list.
Caltrans did what they call a director's deed and took it out of their right-of-way and assigned it to a parcel.
Interesting. We'll have to
I was
update
working
it.
here when that came through, so just a little stale, but.
Okay, yeah, we'll get that updated.
What is that Bridge Street? I'm sorry.
Oh, that's Casitas Pass Road.
It is best, okay. I didn't know that was.
So we call those our pseudo parcels, where they're not actually officially recognized by the county, but we needed to establish an area for them. Additional pseudo parcels that we had to create were instances where there are multiple meter types on a large agricultural property. This example, the black perimeter is the county parcel boundary, but there's also 2 3/4-inch residential meters going to the residences on the property, so we just needed to split the area into 3 perimeters and give the area to the correct water account. So the classification categories are irrigable, irrigated, irrigable, not irrigated, and not irrigable. Irrigable, irrigated consists of irrigated trees and shrubs and pools. Irrigable, not irrigated is bare land, for which Mesa stated they get 20% credit for. Not irrigable is impermeable areas and that native mask area as well. So those are all taken into consideration in the model. All of the work was done using 3-inch 4-band aerial imagery that we acquired in August of 2020. We provided this to DCSE, and they created what's called a machine learning model, where they train the pixels in the model to be able to look at the unique spectral image of those pixels and then apply it to the larger data set. They would be able to elaborate more on this approach, but they've done this for a number of water agencies. So this is a summary of the agency level classification results. You can see everything in green is the irrigated, irrigable area. The light pink color that's a little bit difficult to see is the bare land. So that's the irrigable, not irrigated, the 20% credit. And then all of the other lighter gray areas are the not irrigated areas. And they made some different symbology changes for native versus salt marsh. So now I'm going to turn it back over to Mesa to talk about the parcel level results.
So as Danielle showed on the previous slide, DCSE provided the aggregated total of these different categories for the district. They also provided the individual parcel level results, which is what we need to come up with the allocation. So these were all of the categories that they provided. That breaks it down into a little more nuance than we actually use for the allocation. So we took the relevant categories here, summed up the relevant ones, excluded the irrelevant ones, and really focused on where there's irrigated area, so things like trees, where there's the irrigable, not irrigated, which is that bare land, because that's where we want to, as Danielle mentioned, include that 20% buffer, which is part of the state's formula. That's where that comes from. And then the not irrigable area is basically ignored. So you can see the totals are summed in those 3 columns on the right, and this is just an example per parcel. And as you know from the allocation methodology that we've talked about, if there are multiple meters associated with these parcels, we then break out these totals by meter. So if it was 2 residential accounts, we could divide between them, or 2 commercial accounts, we could divide between them. If it was a landscape meter plus a commercial account, we would assign the landscaping to the landscape meter. So things like that, which are all documented as part of the allocation methodology. I just want to also mention that DCSE did essentially quality check these results. They did this accuracy assessment, which is showing that it's, you can see 96 or 97% accurate. That's the 0.97 and 0.96 in the bottom right. And basically what they did is they said for each of these different categories they identified in the classified data, so the imagery analysis, the column on the left, they compared that to known references. So they have the same values that are in that column on the left are then across the top row, and they say, where do these things fall into the category we expect, and where do they fall into a different category, which would mean that the analysis did not accurately identify them. And this is basically saying the analysis was quite good. It was very accurate. So it's just saying we can trust the results that we're getting for the most part. One other thing I'll mention is that as sort of a side project add-on to this, DCSE was also able to identify NFT or non-functional turf. And they were able to do that because we had this imagery analysis, so you know where there's turf, and then the state is requiring basically no watering of non-functional turf going forward. So they don't want something that's ornamental turf, like you can see the aerial or the street view here that shows along a commercial building's parking lot. There's grass on the edge there, and that would be considered non-functional because no one's using it. You know, there's no kids playing on it. People aren't really probably walking their dogs on it. It has really no meaningful benefit as turf specifically. So we're not necessarily using this in a water management program right now, but this is something that we could use in the future if, you know, we were in drought and we needed to target specific areas for conservation, or depending how the state enforces the non-functional turf rules, we can then identify these key places where there should really not be turf. This is just another example they show in front of the school here, which, I mean, I think you could debate whether that's non-functional, but basically this is showing they can identify areas of turf which we could then target. Danielle, you want to talk about the web platforms?
Sure. So these are just some helpful web applications and dashboards that they created for us with the results of their analysis. So this is a web app. You can see that HOA irrigated parcels are shown in pink. You can also see the non-functional turf. You're able to zoom around the map. We're not able to do a live demo right now. And you're able to click on it and see the total calculated square feet of NFT on that particular property. Same for CII properties shown in blue. It's really helpful in the web application. You can click, and in the pop-up it shows you their account number. So for example, the water conservation specialist, if they're trying to promote turf rebate programs, or eventually when it comes down to state compliance with bans on NFT, we know how to get in touch with them very easily. In addition, they created a dashboard showing the total agency summary information. This will be particularly useful for if customers have questions regarding how their individual allocation was calculated. You're able to zoom into a particular parcel, click it, and in the pop-up it shows you the square footage for that property. So you can show them, walk step by step through that equation and come up with their monthly allocation. And all of this was done so that MESO could create this cool tool on our website. Account holders can go in, enter their street number and their account number, and see their monthly allocation. And again, if they have questions, we have those resources that they created where we can back up the data. And that's it. Any questions?
How was this received? First of all, kudos for being invited. I don't know if we've been invited to give a presentation before at something like this, but I mean, fantastic. I was just curious how it was received. Were there specific questions or no?
We were approached by a few water agencies after that were, you know, having similar tasks that they're trying to achieve. And then, was it Santa Clarita Water Agency? Mm-hmm. They did a very similar analysis. Okay. Everyone's trying to figure out how to get information and figure out who's overusing water, who's right where they're supposed to be, and make the data drive and try to either correct or use the state data. So
Then it also sounds like we have a good partner with these guys too that we're helping, so. Excellent, thank you, very informative.
That's nice.
Casey? Shirley, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I sent you an email. I attended the Aqua just yesterday or the day before. They had an hour presentation on what this what do I call it? I call it McWall new legislation. Do you want fries with that? Making California conservation, right. And what you're presenting here seems like in such detail, and what they just whizzed by very quickly. This, you're just dealing with the tip of the iceberg, because they were just concentrating on urban residential, urban, CCI, and which is commercial, industrial, institutional, and they give dates. They give the per capita goal per use, and it's 55 now, and it goes down to 42 by 2030. But of course, it was Aqua, so they said, and you will meet these goals, and these goals, these are your objectives, and so they have them split up though by residential, by commercial. Each water purveyor must split up all their data by various kinds of commercials. There's like 6 or 8 categories, and also by certain new projects all have to have separate meters for outdoor and indoor, but for the commercial, industrial, they're all going to have separate meters for indoor, outdoor by certain dates, and they gave a bunch of dates, but it's just mind-boggling, really. But for the whole state of California. So, and it's another big lift for the retail water providers, I think, is how they define it, which is us. So I couldn't even take notes. It was just so much. But anyway, thank you very much. And you seem aware, what more is coming. So, so thank you very much.
That is a good point. What we were talking about is the residential compliance piece and the dedicated irrigation meter compliance. So there are separate requirements which we will have to meet for commercial, as you mentioned. I think there are about 20 categories in which we have to classify our commercial accounts, and you have to classify, I think, 20% of them each year over the next 5 years. And then there's either a conversion to dedicated irrigation meters, or essentially like a BMP programmatic component which you must implement. So there's definitely way more to the Making Conservation a Way of Life that we're touched on here.
Thank you. Yes.
Actually, I got a question for Danielle, Mesa, and Bob. So the state's going to make us responsible to encourage every homeowner to use their allotment. So how are we going to encourage our customers to play by the rules? Or
Well, I mean, the first step is to understand what the rules are and who's not complying and who is complying. We already have methods for outreach, to encourage people to use water. They can see their water use on their meters currently. We now have basically a dashboard that we can look up, what the requirements are. We have a website where people can type in their address and find out what their allocation is in any given month. So those are all informational approaches. If we're still having problems, then we can always turn to, the hammer as opposed to the carrot.
okay, yeah, I was wondering if it's going to be like Edison Company or a gas company. If you don't stay within your allotment, you're going to pay more. So that's plan B. Plan A is
That's
to
a
encourage-
possibility, yeah.
Okay. And I'm assuming the Polo Fields is not a residential customer, so they can keep watering the grass over there?
They are an ag customer, I believe,
Okay. I was
or
making sure.
commercial. Maybe they're commercial. Yeah, so they would fall within this. They're commercial. They use primarily well water, though.
Okay, thank you.
Um,
Sorry.
I had another, and it went out of my head. But I did want to also say that they're going to have a second seminar, October 22, Zoom on Aqua. And I had a question for you, but now I can't remember what it was. So, okay, well, thank you.
Shirley, Polly had a question? Okay, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then we're going to 7B. Consider authorizing general manager to process amendment number 1 of the Carpinteria Groundwater Sustainability Agency JPA agreement to be brought back in final form for authorization at the next board meeting for action. Bob?
Yes, so this is, let me read that here. Yeah, it's actually for action today, so I think that language was from last week.
But isn't that supposed to be in the GSA agenda, though?
No, it's, so remembering that the JPA, the Water District is one of the members, one of the 4 members of the Joint Powers Authority Agreement. We presented this last week as, kind of a notice that we're getting ready to send this out to the other 3 members, the City of Carpinteria, the County of Santa Barbara, County of Ventura. We wanted to make sure we were good with the proposed amendment. We had a question about how the votes would work for simple majority, so we went back and looked at that and should have received a revised amendment which just added I think a few words to the effect of it's required that there be at least 3 affirmative votes even for a simple majority, so if there's only 3 people there, it has to be all 3 people. So as I said, JPA agreement, it's between the Water District, the City of Carp, counties of Ventura and Santa Barbara. Its authority is through Government Code 6500. It was formed in 2020, and we had to do this in order to be the sole designated GSA. So we used the JPA, the Joint Powers Authority, as the agency that would then be designated as the Groundwater Sustainability Agency. So that was done in 2020 as well. So the biggest problem we were having was there was some ambiguous language in the original agreement that talked about unanimous votes and kind of what supermajority votes were required, and it wasn't that clear whether we needed to have all 5 directors here when we made these supermajority votes, or I think there was one term in there where it said unanimous, and so we tackled that, but in the process also cleaned up some of the language. Last week, what came up was, this idea of in a simple majority, if you only have 3 people or 3 directors present, a simple majority would be 2 affirmative votes, which didn't seem like it was right. So we said, okay, well, we'll add language in there where we say cannot be less than 3 people. So basically, this is kind of a table we put together to explain what the voting requirements will be. So if you have 3 directors present, you have a quorum. So there's with the existing size of the board, the 5 directors, you need at least 3 members, which is a majority. In that situation, to do a simple majority, you would need to vote all three directors in the affirmative. But in a supermajority vote, you would not be able to vote because it would require 4 votes. So in the situation where there's only 3 directors present, we would have to take off, if there were something on the agenda and only 3 directors showed up, we would have to take that off the agenda. 4 present, also a quorum. Simple majority would be at least 3 of the 4. A supermajority would be all 4 and supermajority is 2/3. So if you were to calculate 2/3 of 4, it's 3.8. But, you know, because it's over 3, we just go right to 4.
And Bob, I know in the middle is, that's why I was going to make that comment, that the way it reads under section 1, supermajority shall mean 2/3 of a quorum. And I might suggest this, 2/3 or more, or no less than 2/3. But this is absolutely,
okay.
it's an absolute value, 2/3.
Okay. 2/3 or more. Okay, that's a good comment. Let's get to there.
Sorry to interrupt, but it just
Oh, that's all
seemed
right.
like the right time.
Yeah. Okay, so that takes care of our current board setup. Now, if you start adding directors, it changes this a little bit. If you have 6 directors on the board and there's 6 present, you would need 4 for a quorum. You'd need 4 for a simple majority and 4 for a supermajority. So this is a little bit of a strange one, but I think it still works. And then 7, 4, 4, and 5, and then 8, 5, 5, and 6. So it gets a little stranger as we particularly when we hit even numbers. It gets a little stranger, but this would be what it looked like if we added 1, 2, or 3 additional directors. So what we're looking for is for you to authorize me to go ahead and circulate this draft, and I'll note that change to the other members so that they can start working on, their comments. And what I'd like to do is have them get me the comments back, and if there's anything substantial, I can come back. But I think just to get them going, we have 3 other agencies that need to docket this. They need to do legal review, and then they need to docket it and then approve it by their boards. So,
I had a quick question.
Sure.
Why are we modifying simple majority for 3 or less instead of just more than half, like every other position? If there's only 3 present, it becomes unanimous for a simple majority?
yeah, because if there's only 3, we have a quorum on
Yeah.
a 5-member board. We have a quorum with 3, and if it's a simple majority, then only 2 can approve it. Which,
This is not the majority of the board.
yeah, it's not the majority of the board, and that's the problem.
Makes sense.
You like that or you don't like that?
No, it's just, I guess, seems a little unusual to have, like, simple majority mean multiple different things based on your number in attendance, but, I mean, that makes some sense.
Well, I think the wording says simple majority, but not less than. Isn't that the way it's worded? Not less than 3 or 4 is.
Yeah, not less than 3.
That makes it pretty clear.
So
I
we
think.
put a floor on it.
Yeah.
Well, I support it. Are you going to make the change that Matt suggested? Okay. I support it with that small edit that Matt suggested. I think it clarifies.
Yeah, I think it's very, very, very clear. Thank you very much. I think it really clarifies it, and it also makes sense. And, but I was wondering, because officially on the agenda, it looks like the old wording wasn't, is that okay? The
Yes.
old wording says it'll be brought back, and it's already been brought back, right?
Yeah, right. I think that was left over for.
Okay,
we
so-
used,
Because
unfortunately.
you're
We
just
wanna
going to
get
circulate it
moving
to
on.
the other members and.
Just going to circulate it, get comments. If there are any, substantive
Right.
comments, I'll bring it back
Sure.
for further discussion.
Sure.
So I'll move to authorize the general manager to process amendment number 1 as discussed.
I second.
So we got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? The roll call, please.
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Aye.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
And Director Van Wigerden?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
As discussed.
Then we got 7C, consider consumer operation and maintenance board, Carpinteria Valley Water District, CVWD, second amendment to the cooperative agreement for the LIVR project, phase 3. Bob?
Yeah, so you all hopefully remember the LIVR project. Sometimes we call it the liver project. We're in the second year of that project. Last year we did what was called phase one. We did lateral on the South Coast Conduit, laterals 1 through 6 and 17 and 19. We used $850,000 of our $1 million budget to do that. In exchange, Comb completed a line valve for $550,000. So at that point, we checked in and verified that we wanted to continue with the cooperative agreement, which governs the relationship between CVWD and Comb to execute this project. This year, we started on phase 2. And we're working on lateral 7 through 16 and lateral 28. So Comb, since they didn't put in a second line valve, they had an additional amount of money to contribute to these laterals, and so they contributed $550,000, and then we spent the rest of our $1 million budget of $255,000. So currently they're done with 4 out of the 12 laterals, but a lot of these remaining laterals will be pretty quick. So we expect to be done sometime in September with all of these phase 2 laterals. In the process of phase 1 and phase 2, Comb and CVWD staff have gotten pretty good at planning and executing these things. They've been working with Tira, who has been a good partner and has become pretty efficient at doing these. So Comb proposed that we do a phase 3 through an amendment to the cooperative agreement and pick up 4 remaining laterals that we cut out originally because of budget constraints. So now Comb is seeing the benefit of these replacements, and so laterals 22R, 25L, 26L, and 27L remain. They have issues with frozen valves, and so they would like to do these while the contractor is there, and the reason is cost efficiency. As I said, they've gotten pretty good at this, and the existing staff at both agencies have gotten pretty good at this. So it seemed illogical to continue on and budget some money from the Comb side. Updated pricing is $256,000 for the 4 remaining laterals. That may have gone up. I don't know, but that was initial pricing according to the contractor. But this would be funded completely by Comb. CVWD would provide valves that it already had ordered for the project before we scaled these 4 laterals out. So what we're recommending at this time is to authorize the board president to execute the liver second amendment to the cooperative agreement contingent on the approval of the Comb board.
So moved.
I'll make one comment just to update y'all. So at the operations committee meeting today, which is not on the agenda, but still because this is on the agenda, I can say that the committee recommended, we agreed to take it to the board for consideration. And the only reason we kind of mixed up the wording instead of recommended just was my role as acting chair and also being the director on down here in Carpinteria. So that'll go to the board on Monday, but we supported it, and basically Joel said he wants to get this done. The permits took a while, but they're in place. Everybody's already down there. Everything's working so well between Tierra and Carp and Comb. They just want to get those 4 finished.
Okay, we got a motion.
I'll second.
A motion to second. Any more discussion?
I have a comment. It sounds like people are really thinking on common sense basis. I'm not an engineer. I don't understand the whole project, but I really appreciate that. It sounds like everyone's really being common sense.
I think those will be the last 4 from the 1950s.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, I mean,
Okay, roll call, please, then, Lisa.
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Aye.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
And Director Van Wigerden?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Then we got 7D, consider LA Times article on state water project reliability. For information, Bob.
Yeah, so I found this in the LA Times and I thought it was interesting, and it's consistent with what we've been expecting of these water projects. The state water project has always been, somewhat limited on its reliability. We saw in the drought it was very, very low deliveries during the times when we actually needed water. And we also have seen over time, what they call the reliability of the project, long-term reliability of the project, meaning the average deliveries over a number of years. The last published report was 60% of the allocated water was what they thought would be the long-term deliveries. They did another analysis with climate change in mind, and it ended up potentially reducing up to 23% more in the next 20 years. So that means we go below 40% in the next 20 years, and so just kind of highlights the inputs and which direction they're going with respect to our water supplies. And so we have to be thinking about this, and this doesn't include the Kachuma project, obviously, but similar pressures on that project, similar pressures in groundwater as well. So,
Any questions?
I have some comments.
Come on.
Yeah, thank you very much for bringing this, our environment and general, developments, which we should consider from time to time. And for what this kind of means to me in our area is maybe having a goal to get off of state water, and work more locally, and maybe the whole coast will move in this direction, and leave that water for the inland water users, so it's just, really a lot, and a lot of the people say, well, you have Sites Reservoir, some of the big projects, the tunnel going through the delta, and they say, well, Sites Reservoir is great, but there's no water to put in it. So, and the other thing I would like to also highlight is the fact that, really a goal should be to you saw the map that Meso presented, showing how California is the only place in the whole continent that has those dark red and black dots that indicate extreme variations. We think of California as being so Mediterranean, and that's what I always thought of it, Mediterranean, a mild climate, we don't have seasons here, no big changes. But if you look at our year-to-year weather variations and the rain variations, we're really extreme here, especially Southern California. So, the other thing is that we can make a goal and try to work with the Bureau and everyone in Kachuma and locally to remove red tape and bureaucratic blockages. They're not really scientifically based, to be flexible and to be able to take water when it's in abundance. Because right now the way things set is, well, if Kachuma's spilling and you want to take more water or something like that, it'll just go into Kachuma and then go over the edge and you lose your water. You know, we have to be able to be flexible to take advantage of water when it's plentiful, because it's not plentiful every year, you know. And that's going to be long-term planning and investment in probably injection pumping into our basin and things such as that. But we can start off with some bureaucratic cooperation, you know, like we're sitting here and, yeah, we could take the water, you know, but no, it doesn't make sense, dollars, cents, and rules-wise, which is very complicated. But anyway, I want to make that comment. Thank you.
Okay, Bob, I got a question. So the state water, if we take no water, we still have a fixed fee that we have to pay for every year, right? How many more years is that?
2036, I believe. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we'll always pay O&M on it, right?
We'll always pay O&M, but the primary load of that payment is debt repayment for the pipeline.
Right, so whether we use water or not, we're gonna, through 36, we'll be paying for that, and after 36, I'm assuming there's a maintenance fee for...
There's operating fee or charges to operate CCWA and operate, probably operate some of the DWR facilities.
Right, but if we're not using any water, do we still pay for those operating fees?
Yes.
Okay.
And now it's about $3 million a year for
Yes.
Carpinteria, right?
Yep.
And they keep inventing new O&M, but it is what it is. And the infrastructure, as it gets older in the state, it was the 60s. For our portion, it's the 90s, but still, we're attached to the whole. And there's some opportunities, I think, that could be had, but.
Right, but even if we don't use any water, any state water, we're still gonna pay a operating maintenance fee, which makes sense. I mean, somebody's gonna maintain it. So if we buy water, let's say in the Sacramento Valley, we pay our operating fee and whatever we pay for the water, I'm assuming. So.
What you pay to move the water.
Got it, okay. So you buy it from the farmers, you move it, and then but we're stuck for the $3 million, and after 36, hopefully there'll be a lower fee to.
Yeah, it should be much less, and the CCWA cost, which is around 700,000, I believe, won't go away. It's an agency that manages the facility and operates the facility.
I have a question, a little bit on the spot. Do you know what, like in the last 5 years, what our average pull from state water is?
Last 5 years?
Last easy one for you to remember. The last two are a little unique, for sure.
I would say we haven't taken state water probably for at least 2 years. And then prior to that, we purchased supplemental water. So it goes from extreme to extreme. And I would say in those, 2019, 2020, and 2021, we probably moved 3,000 acre feet through that system.
Thanks.
Yep.
Okay, so then we go on to number 8, director reports. 8A, Strategic Water Management Committee meeting, August 19, 2024. Both Matt and Shirley.
Yeah, well, we talked about the intensification fee, maybe, and which services should be exempt, and which services, like new major project intensification fee, for anybody might be listening, would be if this, if this change happens. I'm not turned on my microphone, I'm sorry. If this change happens, how much more is it going to cost for water? In other words, we would have water, because it would also increase the cost per unit of water, this project. So we talked about that, and Maslow's on that again, and which should be exempt, new things happening which wouldn't trigger an intensification fee would be ADUs, and So we're just, really going, Mazo is going through the weeds as usual. And we looked at some examples and said how that might affect. So what else did we discuss?
That's right. I think it's a one-time fee that would be tied somewhat to new development that changes land use, assuming that it would require additional water.
Right.
So besides the infrastructure, meters and everything else, there's also identification fee, which,
As the name implies, yeah.
Right,
So if
right,
you're,
okay.
let's say you have a big lot with a single house and you want to build 20 condos, that would be something that would be reviewed to see if it's under still development rules, subject to a one-time intensification fee.
And this is also in response to many public, comments about new projects. If we're in a drought, how can we possibly, build more water use or things like that? And the fact of the matter is, back to that map of California, when we have a normal year, we have an extra 1,000 acre feet to handle this new project. But you have to look, ahead 20 years or whatever it is. And so that's all the figuring that we're trying to do so we can answer people. And of course, water isn't the same as money, but, in fairness, the new people putting more pressure ought to, that monetary cost shouldn't be borne by everybody else. So that's kind of the idea.
Or maybe another way to put it is if you're putting a new demand on the system, the district will have to source that water from somewhere, and there'll be a dollar that'll cost. CAP is a great example where if we're going to generate 1,000 acre feet from reclaimed water, under low demand scenarios, let's say this community is this size, and maybe we don't need it, maybe we can get by without it. But if we expect intensification of demand, we're going to have to enhance our supplies, and there's a direct relationship to that and a cost. And so it's only fair that that new development that's putting on that new demand participates in that cost with an intensification fee.
okay.
Can I ask you guys a quick question? Are you still primarily looking at like meter change being the driver of the intensification discussion or analysis?
I would say yes and no. We talked about what would be eligible or what project would raise it to a point where it would be reviewed under rules that are still being developed. So it's still pretty vague to answer your question precisely.
Yeah, thanks.
Then we move on to number 9, General Manager Report, none. And then we're going to move to closed session, item number 10, closed session conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, District Negotiator Jeffrey Dinkin, Employee Organization SEIU Local 620. Item number 11, closed session personnel matter pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B, Public Employment General Manager. And we're going to close session.
Recording stopped. versuchst dich daneben, wir führen ein englisches Leben. Wir tanzen und springen, wir hüpfen und singen, wir singen. Sankt Johannes, das Glöcklein aus Hasselt, wir Metzger Herodes drauf passend, wir führen geduldigst und schuldigst geduldigst ein liebliches Lämmlein zu Tod. Sankt Lukas den Ochsen und Schlachten, uneinigst bedenken und achten, der Wein ist kein Heller im himmlischen Keller, Spargel, Fisolen und was wir nur wollen, ganze Schüsse voll sind uns bereit. Gut Äpfel, gut Birnen und gut Trauben, die Götter mir alles erlauben. Wie nicht wenig ins Hasen auf offener Straßen, sie laufen herbei, schaffen fast nach Mittag oben, alle Fische gleich mit Freude angeschwommen, dort läuft uns Sankt Peter mit Netzen und Köder zum himmlischen Feuer hinein. Sankt Martha, die Köchin muss sein. Sankt Martha, die Köchin muss
Recording in progress.
Okay, we're back in open session, no reportable action, I hope. And then we go on to item number 12. Consider dates and items for the agenda for Carpinteria Valley Water District Board meeting of September 25th, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. Carpinteria City Hall, 5775 Carpinteria Avenue, Carpinteria, California, and we are adjourned.
We have one
Sorry.
request on the item. So, a bunch of us, probably we all did, we were asked by MESO to prioritize the strategy plan a few weeks ago, and it was the first time that I really got a view into some of these problems that I found. Like, I would have put them all under the top priority, but a few that came out were, speaking of the billing system earlier tonight, the lack of compatibility between our systems. And then you talked about it earlier in terms of what Mesa was saying, what they ended up migrating over because the billing system, it was too difficult. And I remember, Bob, years ago when I thought we got a new billing system, and I said, billing systems are hell, and is there the compatibility that we need? And I know that was a long, long time ago, too, and we've changed from an IT perspective, but I just didn't know if we should start teeing up, or if it would have been on rate and budget as a major project either this year or next year, to try to figure out how we can, instead of, it just sounds like everything is kludged together, and one of the documents, I forget which one, said it's very difficult to operate within all of that. And I'm just wondering if we prioritized it, if there's something we should do about it, if there's a plan. And it doesn't need to be next month, but I was really taken with that list of the systems and how the billing, they have particularly the billing, but maybe others too.
Yeah, I believe we're going to be coming back in September with the priorities. And we can discuss that. We have been doing some planning along the lines of evaluating that software, but we can talk about it more.
We need to upgrade or change out for billing or something like that. Okay, so you're on it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
But Bob, to tie into that, I mean, there's other districts that might be farther ahead than us with their documentation filing. So, I mean, we don't have to reinvent this. I mean, we can look around and see what's working well for our fellow water districts. I mean, it is.
Yeah, certainly. That would be part of the evaluation. We would look at other agencies to see if they have other softwares or other products that do well. Well, I think we should adjourn the meeting, I think, before we continue. Yeah. Yes, I added it onto this. Yeah.
We're on the agenda for next time. We're adjourned. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.